And they're off far outside. Banco Medici shows first. There's the favorite Max Foster, and he's joined by Lars. 3 across the track, joined by Stormy New York. And the trailer is Uncle Vic from the inside. Lars emerges with a short lead between his Max Foster. Outside, Stormy New York. A mad scramble on the far turn for the lead. Max Foster and Stormy New York go at it now as Lars gives way along the inside. Then Banco Medici. Last is Uncle Vic, but he's just 4 lengths from the lead. 23 opening quarter. Off the turn and into the stretch. Stormy New York at a big price wrests the lead away from Max Foster, who tries to battle back. 3 wide. Banco Medici joins the fray. There at the 8th pole. Stormy New York. Here comes Max Foster back at him. Max Foster inside. Stormy New York outside. These two to the 16th pole. Max Foster put his head back in front. Then Stormy New York. Max Foster, the favorite, battles back to win by 3 parts of a length. Race 2 comes up next. It kicks off the first pick 3 of the afternoon. Please note the purse for this upcoming second race is $13,000. And they're off. First to show is Riley B. Along the inside, there's Redemption Road. And on the far outside, it's BC Glory Days. Those 3 have a 2-length lead on a backpedaling Riley B. Then we come back to Tater and Tot, and She Speaks Well. Redemption Road and now Gonna Be Dancing. Redemption Road and Gonna Be Dancing, duking it out on the front end. BC Glory Days, a length and a half back in the offing in third. Gap of 4 lengths to Riley B. The 2 back markers are Tater and Tot and She Speaks Well. 22 and 3, they rip through an opening quarter. Gonna Be Dancing put his head in front of Redemption Road. BC Glory Days, 3 wide. These 3 have 4 lengths on the closing Riley B. Through the stretch. Gonna Be Dancing almost home. Redemption Road at the rail. BC Glory Days outside. Close to the wire. It's all Gonna Be Dancing, and Heeman Hockey sweeps the early double by 2. Then it was BC Glory Days. 50-cent try. 4-5-1, $15.12. And the 10-cent super. 4-5-1-3, $11.60. Race 3 comes up next. And they're off from the rail. Ladies Golden Guy for the lead. There's Flying Emperor as Manuel Di Leo's whipping and driving to get him to the top. Warrior's Revenge stacks him 3 across the track. Gap of 4 lengths to Trelade and the Institute trails. Ladies Golden Guy from the rail and Flying Emperor the favorite. They're mixing it up on the far turn. A length and a half more to Warrior's Revenge. Gap of 4 to Trelade, then the Institute. 22 and 3. They rip through the opening quarter. Ladies Golden Guy dealing with Flying Emperor. In the offing, Warrior's Revenge, cutting the corners, the Institute, who's at a last. Trelade trails off the turn and into the stretch. Ladies Golden Guy trying to see it through. Here's Warrior's Revenge inside the Institute, far outside Trelade. Anyone's race. Ladies Golden Guy almost home. Trelade with all the momentum down the center, and Trelade takes the lead and edges away by 2. It was Trelade over. Or double 4-3, 40 even. $2 exact to 3-1, 38 even. 50-cent try, 3-1-5, 34 even. And the 10-cent super, 3-1-5-2, 30 on the gate. And they're off. There goes World Bank for the lead, chased by the favorite Find Your Joy from the rail. Gap of a length to She Shadow, who's in third. Far outside, Hillbilly Lady. In between is I'm a Lot of Lady. The trailer is Maggie Song, but she's just 4 lengths from the lead. The lead belongs to World Bank. World Bank has a length on Find Your Joy, who's maneuvered off the rail and has dead aim on World Bank in second. Dropping back is She Shadow. Moving up along the inside is Maggie Song. Then the 2 debuting fillies, I'm a Lot of Lady and Hillbilly Lady. 23 and 1 the opening quarter. World Bank just to the inside of Find Your Joy, who just hit the front. Find Your Joy battling back as World Bank. These 2 have 4 lengths on She Shadow. Through the stretch, Find Your Joy trying to grind by World Bank. Find Your Joy gets past World Bank. These 2 have 3 lengths on She Shadow. Coming to the line, it's all Find Your Joy. She reports home a length and a half winner. 1-5, $5.02. 50-cent pick 3, 4-3-2, $21.37. And the early pick 4. Settle down. We're ready. And they're off from the outside. North Soul Dancer, and now My Bronx Baby assumes the lead. It's My Bronx Baby. She deals with 1,000 plans to her inside and busting time to the outside. Back and forth, a couple of links back is North Soul Dancer. Then we come back to the trailing duo of Blue Eyed Warrior and Kaz's Rose. My Bronx Baby and Jackie Davis motoring right along. Bustin' Time has her sights set on the favorite, 22-3. The opening quarter, 3 lengths back to 1,000 Plans inside of Dort's Soul Dancer, then Blue Eyed Warrior and Kaz's Rose. Off the turn and into the stretch. My Bronx Baby trying to hold off Bustin' Time. 1,000 Plans wanders to the inside. Through the stretch, My Bronx Baby past the 8th pole. A widening 3.5 length lead. My Bronx Baby, Jackie Davis keeping her to a business, but past the 16th pole there, well clear of Bustin' Time. My Bronx Baby sharp in her return. She won it by a half dozen. Then it was Bustin' Time. Pick 3 of the day in race 6. Please note an equipment change for the 2. Gold Templar. Bar shoe on. Bar shoe on the 2, and scratch to 5. And they're off. There's Gold Templar for the lead. Barfly Louis Perez shaking the reins at him. The same for Restrike. And on the far outside, the Wipers on the bus. These 4 have 3 lengths on up to my knees in it. Uncle Kendrick. And the trailer is Sharp Playboy. Here's Restrike for the lead. Restrike and the Wipers on the bus duke it out on the front end. Gold Templar a length and a half back, just passed by Barfly as they go through the opening quarter in 23-2. The Wipers on the bus races for the challenge of the big favorite Barfly. Along the insides, Restrike. Then we come back to Gold Templar. Sharp Playboy trying to chime in late. Off the turn and into the stretch. Barfly hit the front. Barfly a 2-length lead. The Wipers on the bus. Here comes Gold Templar looking for some minor awards. And on the far outside, it's the Wipers on. It's Sharp Playboy, but coming down to the line, it's all Barfly. He gets out of the maiden ranks in his 16th try. He won it by 3.5. 6, 3-3, $5.90. $2 exact to 3-2, $41.80. 50-cent try, 3-2-7, $29.75. And the 10-cent super, 3-2-7-8. They're in the gate. And they're off like a shot. Pop Coyer went right to the lead, challenged immediately by McDonough. On the far outside, Enticing Prospect tries to join the fray as well. These 3 have a length and a half on Always a Warrior. There's Uncle George in between as well. Vaunted mixing it up, as is Al's Frosted. They make their way around the far turn. Pop Coyer, McDonough busting away. 3 wide here through a 23 opening quarter. Down along the inside is Always a Warrior. Vaunted tries to make a move, and he just got swung 4 wide. They're off the turn and into the stretch. Busting away, emerges with the lead. Pop Coyer tries to battle back. Along the inside's Always a Warrior. Busting away, starts to draw away here. Vaunted trying to move late on the scene. Pop Coyer still second, coming down to the line. Busting away, draws away to a 2.5 length win. Then it $2 double, $3.10, $8.90. $2 exact to 10-3, $44.20. 50-cent try, 10-3-6, $78.12. And they're off. From the far outside, there's Almendro, and the big gray along the rail is Forward Motion. These 2 speed off, now challenged in between horses by Invaluable Will. On the far outside, Knight of the Crown mixing it up as well. Sutton Breeze is there, and backing out of there is Drossel Diem. A mad scramble for the lead, won by Almendro into the turn. Almendro 3 parts of a length. Forward Motion back in second, and Invaluable Will and Sutton Breeze battling it out for third. Far outside, Knight of the Crown checking there as he's got a short fuse. He needs somewhere to go. Then Drossel Diem at the back of Thalberg and Military Drill. Off the turn and into the stretch. Almendro and Jackie Davis looking for 2 on the day. She goes left-handed, and Almendro responds, holding off Forward Motion, who takes another run at Almendro. Almendro's almost home. Forward Motion needs a length. Almendro needs the line. Forward Motion, Almendro, Forward Motion got him. Forward Motion in the last couple of jumps. Nailed that. 5, $22.22. 50-cent pick 3, $3.10 to $9. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Track announcer Anthony the Big Ace DeBeal here. 8-race card coming your way for those of you who have been inundating us with questions. Yes, we have races that are not 4.5 furlongs this afternoon. The main track is fast after a beautiful night and even nicer morning here in Farmington. Pick 4s, a pick 5, and a pick 6. No carryovers. See Old Glory unfurled here. A little breezy here in Finger Lakes today. Here are today's scratches and changes. In the first, the early pick 4 starts in the first with a 50-cent minimum. An overweight. The number 2, World Cruise, is 1 pound over. Race number 2. Please note that you can omit the ownership group of Santa Ana Racing from the number 1, Small Pebbles. Race number 3 starts the $1 pick 6. An overweight on the 1, 'Cause You're Pretty, 2 pounds over. Race number 4 starts today's pick 5. Scratch to 3, Mischief Exposed. Race 4, scratch to 3. And an overweight on the 5, Go Grad, 1 pound over. Race 5 starts today's late pick 4. No changes. Race number 6, these scratches. Scratch to 2, Keegs, and the 4, King of France. Race 6, scratch the 2 and 4. A scratch out of race 7. Take out the 3, Oliver with a twist. Race 7, scratch the 3. And there are no changes in this week's finale, race number 8. Remember, 3-day week starting next week, racing Monday through Wednesday here. The schedule begins next week here at Finger Lakes. For today, an 8-race card. Track is labeled fast, no carryovers. Coming up shortly, the Day 4, Tuesday edition of Takes from the Lakes with myself and my main man, Dave Mattice.
Welcome, everybody, to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice. I'm here with our track announcer, Anthony Stabile.
Love doing it.
All right.
I'll never do it on horseback, but I'll do it here. Fun day yesterday.
Oh, yeah, definitely. We had some good races.
Mike Ferraro Jr. didn't complain about yesterday, I can tell you that.
Swept the last 3 races of the card.
I made my best play of the day, his Dorth Soul Dancer in the 5th. She ran 3rd. She didn't do much running. I mean, we saw a hell of a return from my Bronx Baby, who I foolishly took a shot against yesterday. But, boy, Carl Grusmark had her ready to roll yesterday.
Oh, yeah, she was impressive. Yeah, maybe you were foreshadowing that Anthony Ferraro was going to have a big day, because that horse was impressive in the 7th race. That horse coming off the left. You were so much right on that horse.
He ran really well. Yeah, his race in Saratoga was good. He followed that up yesterday, dueling 3 wide around the racetrack. But I can't remember his name. Bustin. It wasn't Bustin Time. Bustin Time was earlier in the card. I apologize, guys. But yeah, we saw 2 really nice performances yesterday from a couple of 3-year-olds. Always good to see the young horses coming back off extended layoffs. I mean, the filly was gone over 9 months. The colt was gone
Since July.
Yeah.
I think it was. Yeah.
almost 10 months. So 2 big efforts yesterday. Fun to see that here. Those are the funner races to call in a booth, even though the filly won pretty impressively. You like seeing the good performances, especially, and it turns out that after making a couple of calls and having a couple of conversations, she had buck shins last year, My Bronx Baby. So Carl and Joe DeRico from DeRico Racing and Breeding, who's a friend, and happy to see Joe. Joe had Dr. Blarney all those years up here.
A legend here. At Finger
Yeah,
Lakes.
Tammy Piamarini was aboard Dr. Blarney for most of the wins up here at the Lakes. Good to see Joe have a good horse. Good to see Carl have a good horse and have Philly ready to roll. And we'll see what's next for both her and the colt from the Ferraro barn.
Yeah. Heeman Harkey also swept the early double. That's your guy.
Yep, He-Man and Louis Perez won a couple as well.
Yeah, Louis
For
Perez
Mike,
was on
yeah.
2 of those 3 that won. Kiberkoa on the other. Sophia Vivas made her. Do I say that right?
Sophia, I met Sophia yesterday. Yes, Sophia Vivas.
Yes.
She'll be here on Mondays, I believe.
Saw her at the end of the day. She won earlier in the day as well. She won 5 races at Woodbine the week before.
Yeah, last Saturday, Trelade got the job done in
Trelade.
what should be the prep for, I would imagine, Carl O'Callahan was pretty pumped up after the win. I would imagine they're going to look at the Barker in now less than 3 weeks on Memorial Day here at Finger Lakes. That was a heck of an effort yesterday, picking up the speed. I mean, they were last turning for home and just barreled down the center of the course and got the job done.
I don't think he expected to win that race because of the distance. I know he's got a really good horse, and he was very likely to run a good race, but 4.5 for those horses to come back to him, that was a big effort by Trelade, who's never been worse than second in any of his races here at Finger Lakes. Very good horse.
We saw a lot of good. We saw 3 very, very good performances here yesterday. Looking forward to seeing what today brings.
All right, yeah. First race is an 11-9 maiden claimer, and as Anthony mentioned, we got some 4.5s, but we got a 5 furlong race. We got a 5.5 in the 7th.
It's like a route. I'm gonna have to take some deep breaths before that one today.
You got an extra furlong to call.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, looking at the first, yeah, I got a few races today where I'm just taking the speed, and who I think is the speed anyway. Plus, Scherzer is the only 4-year-old. Speaking of, we had good performances by the 3s. I don't like a lot of times to take 3-year-olds against older horses. Well, this is basically a 3-year-old race,
right?
Where Scherzer, the 4-year-old, the more experienced, has been against older horses, against the maiden special weights, gets a little bit of a class break here, dropping to the 11-9. And to me, looks like the horse that could get the lead, and that's the main reason that I took her on top. She's been a little bit of a disappointment in some of her races this year, and I think that's why Ralph is dropping her. I just didn't love anybody else, and the thing is, I do think that she might get the lead on these horses, and it's only 4.5. No excuses today for her. I got Lindsay in there. Raylu picks up the mount. Showed nothing, absolutely nothing in her start last time, but she did have a poor break, so maybe you could give her the excuse, give her another chance at a reduced level. But Just Laura Ann, she's shown nothing in 2 starts, but she gets some class relief as well. So it's kind of what I'm looking at. You got horses running against easier competition, but I lean towards a horse who I thought might get the front end.
Yeah, I didn't know what to do with Scherzer. And everything you said made sense. Went right to the top. Duel for the lead last week. And we're going to see this now. Horses coming back, making their second start off of these long layoffs. I'm not accustomed to this. So, again, it's a little bit of you've been here a couple of decades. I'm going to
forever.
It's a wait-and-see approach for me just to see how, if the horses who raced better first out of the box come back and perform well, or if the horses that, quote-unquote, needed the first race back come back and fire a better shot. She's dropping, and like you said, the lone 4-year-old in the field of sophomore fillies. We'll see what she does. I would have to think the number 4, Miami Twofer, goes back to her more aggressive ways. The first 2 races of her career were the best ones, and that's when she was forward. And then completely understand the try against Sweet Brown Sugar, who's now a multiple stakes winner. And that was on a wet track. So we'll see if that kind of impeded her speed. But then before she went to the bench, she didn't show any speed as well. And then last time, in a race that did feature some speed, and a couple of fillies coming back from wintering down in Queens for the better part of the last 4 months, it was probably going to be tough for her to make the lead. So it's Carl Gruzmark again, who unleashed my Bronx Baby yesterday. Let's see if Miami Twofer's ready off the bench. I put Scherzer second. And then I thought World Cruise. You know, Dave, World Cruise kind of confused me as well. Mm-hmm. Lasix, bullet work out of the gate, and, you know, it's not like it's a bullet of 5. It's a bullet of 23. And you get first-time Lasix, fresh. Manuel Di Diego climbs aboard. I wonder if this one on the drop comes back fresh and tries to show some speed from the inside draw today as well.
Yeah, I thought that was the one that might. I mean, you don't know what her only start was against Sweet Brown Sugar.
Yeah.
I mean, where are you going there? She had no shot. She chased that one. Yeah, you're right. The bullet work shows maybe she does have some early speed, and that'll hurt the chance of Scherzer. I don't really like Scherzer if she doesn't get the lead. That's what I'll say about that one.
I agree.
All right. All right, so let's look at the second. With that said, the two best speed horses in here are from the same barn. And that makes this race difficult. I thought Isle Storm was quicker. But Naz Alvarado opts to go to Small Pebbles. And sometimes you got to go where the rider goes. And
that's exactly what I did here.
Yes. And, you know, Small Pebbles also a stakes winner. So they're both good. Small Pebbles, I think, might be the better of the two. Isle Storm might be the quicker of the two. I had a tough time, but let's face it, I like both Linda Dixon horses. What do you think?
Yeah, same thing.
Yeah.
For me, and this is, you know, reading the condition book a little too, but I have a hard enough time reading the racing form most days. I'm trying to read minds and condition books now. Mm-hmm. Naz Alvarado, like you said, just to give you a little context, in the last 2 years here at Finger Lakes, actually everywhere, Nazario Alvarado has ridden 79 horses coming into this week. I printed all my PPs over the weekend. So coming into this week, for the better part of the last 16 months, he's ridden almost 80 horses for Linda Dixon. Andre Warry's ridden 5. So to me, this is being around long enough, this is a clear, which one you want to ride? I want to ride Small Pebbles. And I would ride Small Pebbles, too, if I was 270 pounds lighter, for the simple fact that I think she's a little bit more consistent than Isle Storm. Isle Storm wins more. Small Pebbles a little bit more consistent. Same kind of layoff. He's ridden both of them for pretty much their entire careers. I landed with Small Pebbles because that's where he landed.
Even if I was 80 or 90 pounds lighter, I still wouldn't ride horses.
We talked about this. I wouldn't either. I'm just saying, if I had to make a choice here, Small Pebble. Gary Stevens said that to me one day. He goes, "Who would you ride in the Derby?" I was like, "None of them. I just want to bet on it and drink them in julep while you guys ride it. I don't want nothing to do with it."
I like a safer sport like boxing. Wabansi, you know, who else can he like in here? You know.
Like's a strong word the rest of the way in this field.
Yes, and what do you think as far as the tactics here? Do you think Isle Storm gets the lead, Small Pebbles just kind of runs with the horse? I mean, you're only going 4.5, so I mean, you're not going to get in a speed duel because of the same barn, but it is only 4.5.
The one thing I've noticed, and this is regardless of same barn, I noticed these riders that have drawn inside are very protective of position.
Yes.
Now, you should, in theory, you absolutely should be. I don't know how good the inside has been here. Because more often than not, you know, in Jackie Davis, who I think overall, I mean, she does very well up here. I think Jackie overall is undervalued as a rider. Jackie, to me, has made it her business in the stretch to get these horses off the inside. Now, Jackie knows how to read a racetrack very well from my years watching her ride. The fact that she's always, and she has a great left hand, the fact that she's going left-handed on these horses, sorry, my nose is itching. That means usually get into a fight with somebody. And I saw a spider in the morning.
Don't worry,
not good. I'm gonna go hide him. No, you and I are good. I'm gonna go. You're a boxer. I'm not messing with you. I'm going to the booth and hiding out there all day. The fact that she's always going left-handed and trying. I love a jock that goes left-handed, but trying to get these horses, to me, it appears like off the inside. I think tells me that maybe it's not where you want to be, right? We saw Trelade down the center of the track. Mike Ferraro's colt won in the middle of the racetrack. My Bronx baby, Jackie, again, got her off the inside when they got off the turn. Kind of had her in like the 3-path. So I wonder if that's something to keep an eye on. But, yeah, going into that turn, it's valuable. It's valuable real estate.
Yes, definitely. And those, they seem like the two. So hoping Linda Dixon may try to run 1-2 in race number 2. We go to the third. We do have that $1 pick 6.
Keep hitting it.
Yesterday. What did it pay yesterday? I don't remember.
Two and change, $200 and change. People,
nothing wrong with that.
Everybody's sharp right now. Sharp handicappers here right now.
Nothing wrong with that. We had a lot of shorter prices.
But still, you got to find, you know what I mean? You got to find the right secrets. I'm sure there were a lot of $16 and $24 tickets that got the job done yesterday, and good on you if you did, because that's really what you want to do. You want to invest a little to try to win a lot, and maybe $250 isn't a lot of money to some people, but you know what? When you're investing $16 and $24 and can 15, 20 times your handle into the bet, I think that's a fantastic turnaround, regardless of what the payout is.
Definitely. I mean, how many? You used to go 3 deep in the last. You like the junior horse. I mean, you could probably single there. Single if you have 2 singles.
Could have singled the Morley horse, no question, questions
definitely.
asked.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
You go 2 or 3 deep the rest of the way.
Probably could have singled my Bronx baby, but idiot didn't.
Well,
but yeah, I mean,
I wouldn't have singled the Ferraro horse either. Hey, cause you're.
Speaking of singles,
because you're pretty, if she runs her race, she's going to win. But there's always ifs to that. She has the inside. Ray was overweight here?
This doesn't make any sense to me. He's riding a horse in the first race at 120. And now this horse is at 126. So I'm wondering if, I don't know.
We might have a mistake on that one.
Yeah.
Because you're pretty, let's face it. She has looked impressive in all of her races here at Finger Lakes. And she's beating older horses. Now she's making her first start as a 4-year-old. It is off a long wait. I mean, she hasn't run since the race at Saratoga, and she didn't fare too well in that race. But let's face it.
She was favored. She was favored. She was 8-5.
Yes.
And that was a loaded. I mean, they went 22, 45, and 1. It was loaded with speed. And, yeah, instead of just going on with her, Luis Saez kind of took a little hold of her when she got into the speed duel. And I don't think that's what you want to do with this filly. I think you want to just let her run from the rip.
And Chris Progno did give me a hard time about who the best 3-year-old filly was last year. I'm just being objective. She's got to be considered, though, as she was.
100%.
She was so impressive in those races. And that's good. If she runs her race, she's going to win. I think the main threat is Golden Moonlight, who also looked pretty good as a 3-year-old filly last year. Didn't always get the best of trips in some of those races. But let's face it, if Cause You're Pretty gets out there from the inside, gets the lead, they're not going to beat her in this race. It's
so
simple.
A lot of people like to shy away from races with short prices. They don't want to bet the race. They try to beat the horse. Listen, if I was playing a pick 6 today, she's an absolute single. She's a single in the early pick 4. I wasn't about to make her my best play of the day because she's going to be 3-5.
Right.
I think there's money to be made in here because I don't want anybody chasing her. And to me, the 3 Golden Moonlight and the 4 Organized Chaos, who are likely the next choices, are going to be the ones chasing her. So I'm not leaving Ferraro out with an Eros girl coming in from a series of races down at the Big A. Her record here is fantastic. She's hit the board 10 of 13 starts in her career at Finger Lakes, good for over $125,000 in earnings. Maybe this is too short for her, but I'm not trying to get her to win a circle. I'm trying to get that tote board to say 1-2. That's what I'd like the tote board to say 1-2.
Well, sometimes the shorter distance can be good when they're chasing, right?
Especially when you have horses like Golden Moonlight and Organized Chaos who figure to be on the chase of Cause You're Pretty. Right. So I'm going to try a 1-2, maybe a little 1-6. Queen's Dancer. Linda Dixon's horse is all coming off the layoff, running well. And this one could be laying, race probably lines up 1, 3, 4 chasing, and then Queen's Dancer maybe picks them up, and we'll see if Hero's Girl. So I'm going to play the race 1-2, 1-6. And then I'm going to make a try 1/256 because I don't want to let the only horse that I'm leaving out of the number beat me. I'm against 3s and 4s in here. That's it. And I don't think Courage Pretty's going to get beat. So I think the other horses are going to be the bigger prices. I'll use 1, 2, 1, 6 exactor, and I'll make a small triple key 1 over to 2, 5, 6.
Right, because you're pretty. She runs her race. Hey, you're right. How do what's your tactics if you're some of the other horses? Are you aggressive and you're trying to win the race? Hope that maybe she comes up a little short off that lap, or she's not the same horse for whatever reason. But she is undefeated here at Finger Lakes. Eros' Girl, yeah, she's better here. She does seem to be. She just hasn't run her race in New York. Maybe she's tailing off a little bit. But remember her as a 3-year-old. Yeah, she won the Niagara Stakes, then stretched out and ran phenomenal in the New York Oaks. Should have won. She actually got bothered in that race. She actually got in trouble, claim foul. Her mother was pretty good. I think she's better going long. Well, maybe we'll see her. Maybe we'll see Ferraro try her long a few more times. But yeah, I went 1-3-2 in that race. But it's because you're Pretty's race to lose from the rail.
Certainly.
All right, 4th race, we're going to go a little further this race. 5 furlongs. Scratch the 3, Mischief Exposed, one of the speeds. Yeah, I think that helps the 4. I mean, the Mighty Don might be, again, I don't love the horse, but I just think that now he's the speed going the short distance. Everybody else is going to try to sit back and close. He might be out there with a lonely lead going a short distance of 5 furlongs.
Yeah.
And I think Robert Falcone might have backed into a couple victories today with a couple scratches later with one of his horses.
I thought this horse was going to be extremely tough today. When Mischief Exposed comes out, it's almost Katie bought a door. I mean, she's supposed to be in front.
Yeah.
She gets the class relief, and I wrote about this on the best play of the day. Sometimes class relief doesn't necessarily mean made in special weight to claimer. It's a circuit relief, right? She's getting some relief here from the circuit, but circuit aside, I mean, she is not. She couldn't have handpicked a special weight field to run against. I don't think, anyway. I mean, I know Go Grad made up a lot of ground last time, and Solo tonight, like the Mighty Don, comes in from the Big A, but I would imagine she's loose as can be here now. First race in the meet, we did not have a horse coming off an extended layoff. I was looking forward to that.
Yeah.
When they get to go 5. So, yeah, I mean, I picked the race 4-2-6. I wish I could have picked the race 4-4-4. And the amazing thing is, the 2 Solo tonight is a shorter price on the morning line than the Mighty Don. I would imagine with the scratch. I think it was going to be flip-flopped anyway at post time. But I imagine with the scratch, it's really going to bring the money in the Mighty Don. And if I'm not mistaken, the filly that Tom Worley won with yesterday is a half to this horse.
Oh, now you make me look it up. Barrel of Dreams.
I think I said that.
I believe I saw similar breeding, and I think I talked about similar breeding, so I think you're right.
I think when I announced the winner, he laughed. Tom laughed. I called him Lord Morley yesterday. But I told you I was going to. We're both lords.
He did say
Bob's
that.
not a lord. Rob Falco Jr. is not a lord.
Well, you're right. Solo tonight did have some upside. I was a little questioning the distance for Solo tonight anyway. I think the Mighty Don would have been favored even without the scratch.
I agree.
You're right, but I think the scratch really helps this horse as far as from a pace standpoint, and I think just has a tactical advantage on this field. Yeah, the Go Grad Tyrannosaurus Rex is a questionable race that they come out of. Go Grad was 40-1 in that race, ran big, but they came back. I mean, for a 4.5 furlong race, the race did come back. Profitability ran a big race. I thought Profitability was best.
He's in Monday. We'll see if he becomes the first repeat winner of the 2024 meet.
But I'm just wondering who he'd be. Tyrannosaurus Rex is just a perennial underneath type. And I think he's going to run the same race and finish underneath. It seems like those two are going to be closing late. Tyrannosaurus Rex might have got the worst of the trips than Go Grad. Go Grad had more of a fitness edge on some of them in there coming in here after running at Aqueduct. Yeah, I just think from a pace standpoint, the Mighty Don can control the pace.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
Right to the top.
a couple like that today.
Yes.
And saying that, the 5th race, I didn't really like the horse. The horse already scratched this year. Didn't run very well outside of Finger Lakes. Was tailing off before leaving here. But again, a tactical edge, much like the Mighty Don. Maybe not as much from the Mighty Don, but Busted Pietre might be the speed from the rail in the 5th race. I know Spoken Alone can do either. I think he's a better horse when he swings wide and makes a run in those longer distances. But I could see Bustin Pietri getting the lead from the rail, and I think that's what he needs against a field that's very questionable. I don't think this field is very good. Devil Angel might be the best horse, but the distance is too short for Devil Angel.
Yeah, I think he will be in front. I think Jeremiah Flores will protect rail.
Yes.
This horse has had a nice record here at Finger Lakes, and his bread and butter is being on the front end. And for some reason, they have shied away from that a little bit. I know every now and then he does not behave well. He's had some gait issues. He's had some problems on the turn. But I would hope that Jeremiah just puts him right on the front end today. He scratched yesterday.
Yeah.
Do you guys have the same rule up? We have the same rule up here where it's if you consecutive days, you got to scratch the first day.
Yeah. I mean, you obviously you can't run both,
Right.
but
So that's probably why he scratched yesterday.
I
Because
think,
picked him in the
that
last
rule's
yesterday.
changed since when I
Okay.
first started here.
Okay. I picked him yesterday in the last, and that race was a much more competitive race than this race is. So I was certainly coming back with him. I don't think he'll be anywhere near that 4-1 on the morning line. If he is, I'll be getting involved at 4-1 because he has back races, especially if he sees the lead in here today.
Yeah.
That will dust this field.
He's not the same horse. He's not the same horse. But I think you give a horse his way, he'll run that number that he's run in the past, and that's the case. We were talking about a short distance. I don't know how Macetta's 3-1 morning line. I mean, I didn't like that horse at all going 4.5. I've seen Smoking Alone show some speed in the past. He can. I don't know if they will. He's one of those weird horses that doesn't like dirt kicked in his face, so he's going to have to get out, and he'll be right off of Bustin Pietri. Devil or Angel, he's the morning line favorite, but can he win going 4.5? I mean, he doesn't have any early speed whatsoever, and that's going to hurt his chances. So, yeah, I agree with you as far as just a tactical edge again, a horse that's on the inside that is probably a better horse when he's got things his way and not trying to go in between horses, getting dirt kicked in his face or whatever. Bustin Pietri might just be better than most of these.
Put Gandy Dancing, the two had a shot to get a piece as well.
Definitely. And again, we talked about Robert Falcone earlier in the day. I think he might have backed into a victory here. When you're scratching Keegs, who is dropping in class, and then you drop King of France, who looked like he could be awfully tough against 5,000 maiden claimers too. Who else can you like in here? That's kind of how I looked at it. And he might possibly, here's another one that may possibly find himself on the front end in a race lacking in any early speed or really not that good of a race.
Yeah,
It's kind of a backed into a win.
He inherits a very easy. I mean, you want to talk about a race devoid of speed? None of these horses.
No, they don't have any early speed.
Again, you're hoping that maybe the 5 Sal's brother, Fresh Gelding, shows some speed early. But I mean, you're talking about horses that are just plain slow early on. Drinking Solo and War, he should just be loosey goosey on the front end. And it looks to me, he's another single. I liked him before the scratches because I wasn't too certain of Keegs and King of France. I've seen enough of him in the Rudy Barn. I picked the race 3-4-2, so I had a double scratch second and third. I mean, Drinking Solo is just supposed to
I don't
win
know
now.
if I really liked him before the scratches, but you know, with that again, these are the type of days. Well, will speed good today? Well, you got some lone speed horses. Keep that in mind, and I think some of these lone speed horses should win at these short distances.
Yes.
Especially this one. I mean, he's got no excuse whatsoever against this field. You're right. He's not really a horse that's got a ton of early speed, but he should get the lead on this field. Yeah, he should get the lead on this field. I guess if you're looking for somebody else chasing you for Ronnie Bree Jr., who got a win yesterday, you know, maybe that one. I just don't see anybody beating this horse unless he stops himself. That's kind of I saw it.
I cannot disagree, sir.
Okay. 7th race can be considered our feature. How about our feature yesterday? Oh, we talked about it. Trial Lad. Big
Fantastic
effort.
race.
Yeah, fantastic. And we'll see all those horses in the George Barker. So we have Memorial Day. So it's not that far away.
20 days.
Man, summer is.
Our first stakes of the year. I'm looking forward to it.
Man, time goes quick.
Then the stakes.
You know that I'm getting older because time's just going quick.
Stakes action picks up then.
Yeah.
We have the 3-year-old filly race on the 24th, the sprint, and I think the Colts and Geldings are the next day, the 25th or the 26th. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Got the name of the races too.
We're getting some good horses around for our stakes races. I mean, you'll see at least 4 of those horses in the Barker, and probably a couple other new faces. It just figures to be a pretty good race, and a chicken barbecue too. I might have to. I hope they got to give me a discount, right?
I just need to try to.
I didn't get the discount.
I just need to try to buttered spuds. I just need to know what it's all about, man.
I've heard this. I heard that this is one of the best chicken barbecues in Western New York.
I don't like dark meat chicken.
You don't like dark meat chicken?
So you do you?
Yes.
Oh, so then this is perfect. So then you can give me your breast and wing, and I can give you my thigh and leg. This is a wonderful marriage.
I purposely.
Are you a flats or a drumstick guy when you have wings?
I like the flats a little better. What's wrong with that?
Doesn't work. I like the flats too. I'm not going to try and glom your flats,
Well,
buddy.
no, but I purposely get rotisserie chicken to rip off the dark meat and then do whatever with the white meat.
Whatever with the white meat. Here's whatever with the white meat.
Scratch the 3, Oliver with a twist. Now, we're going to go a marathon here in the 7th, 5.5 furlongs. We just want to hear Anthony call the race a little bit longer.
I'm looking forward to one that actually starts behind me instead of in front of me.
Hopefully we'll get a route next week.
I think there's a 6 Monday. It's a 6
Yes,
furlong race Monday.
There is a 3/4 race.
Yeah, looking forward to that.
Scratch the 3, Oliver with a twist. Good race, very competitive.
Yes.
I took a shot in here. Good, I'm glad it's a different horse because I thought it was a competitive race. What about Tacony Road for Tim Murphy the Murph? I mean, this is a horse that's been very underrated, very underestimated, put together a few wins, maybe aided by the off track in a couple of those races. But let's face it, you're going to get some pace to chase, a little bit longer race. Why not? I just hope he doesn't get hung out wide because of the post. But I don't think that, okay, the 3 scratch, I don't think the 4 plays as far as a win threat. I think the rest of them do. I think you got 5 of the 6 horses all have a chance in this race depending on the trip. And I'm taking a shot with Tacony Road, who I thought didn't run that badly behind 2 horses that laid over the field, and both those horses would beat these. I'm talking about Flowing River and the horse that was second as well. I mean, it was far back to the horse. I mean, Persistent Danger did get up to be 3rd over Tacony Road. I think 4.5 was too short for him. Anyway, 5.5, maybe he could get a trip. I'm taking a shot. I like the mare too. I mean, Finger Painter was a real good one when she was here. Limit Up is a tricky read. At least has a couple wins at the 5.5 furlong distance. Got a bullet work over the track. Got recent races. Logical horse to be there. Persistent Danger. I mean, this horse has run good for Rachel Sells, but is one of those horses that is an underneath type. Doesn't win an awful lot. Gets 2nd and 3rd a lot, and also coming out of the same race as Tacony Road. Fly Away is an interesting. I see that you like this horse. Tacony Road. This is another one that I mean, Fly Away is going to be more forwardly placed, coming from Tampa. If you can forgive the last effort, I think you got to really like this horse too. You like this horse?
Yes.
Okay.
I like Fly Away a lot.
A lot. Okay.
So when Potts claims this horse down in Florida, gets the job done first time out, and then last time saved the ground. Mm-hmm. If I tell you that there aren't 10 things on this planet that annoy me more than that comment, I want to know what it means exactly. Saved ground. I know he probably saved ground from the rail, but I'll tell you this. Where did his speed go last time? The 22:40. Where did it go? I don't know where it went last time. And he was kind of dead on the board at almost 7-2. I'm going to chalk it up to the Headless Horseman. I think this horse goes right to the lead today. I was pleasant. See, this is going to sound ridiculous, but Oliver with a twist coming out of this race helps Fly Away. Now, I know Oliver with a twist is a distance horse.
Right.
But off the layoff, I would have imagined that he was going to be on a dead send just to get a little fit. And it kind of makes a duel a scrum. Right? There's no such thing as a 3-horse duel. 2-horse duel. After that, find whatever word you want to use. I use scrum.
Okay. Is that rugby?
Yeah, but they're all like mixing it up in there.
Yeah, they are
and
mixing it up.
shuffling around, and that's what it looks like to me.
Okay.
And there's more than two. It turns a scrum into a duel, and yeah, maybe limit up's ready, going to 6, but I would imagine that fly away is going to be on a dead send here, and I think he's going to be a decent enough price. I like him a lot. I almost made him my best play of the day. If I knew Oliver the Twist was out, I would have made him my best play of the day. So I like him a lot. I'm going to use him over Persistent Danger. The Rachel Sells horses are going to start to wake up. I think a lot of them, I know this horse was in training, but a lot of the horses off the layoff needed a race. I think this horse, the 4.5, was no good. The 5.5 is going to be much better. And everything you said about limit up makes a lot of sense. So I'm going to try and get fly away, flag fall to that's all today.
And I'm just taking a stab at a horse I thought might get.
That's okay.
So sometimes I got to.
You know what bothered me about him a little bit? And the last thing I'll do is pick apart my partner's picks.
Oh, that's okay. I can take criticism.
No, you know what bugged me about him? And this isn't you because you don't train him. He went wire to wire in a fast race first time out. This horse never saw the lead ever again. There's never been an attempt to put this horse back on the lead. He stretched out from the 6 furlong win to a mile and a 16th, and he didn't make the lead. It blows my mind when you don't dance with the girl who took you there. He went wire to wire, going 6, mind you. Now I know he was a 3-year-old.
I remember the race.
Middle of June.
Yeah.
He never showed speed ever again in his life. And his other 2 wins came on wet track, so that kind of what I kind of talked myself off of him for that reason. But you have the right price horse in the race. I just couldn't pull the trigger on him.
Right, and maybe that is the case where he might have liked the off track. Finger Painter, the Damned did.
Okay.
But I think this horse has got a little bit more talent than people are giving the horse credit for. And I don't want him going to lead for this race because there's other
absolutely not
there.
Right.
But I was hoping for more of a trip in behind and not getting hung out there too much.
Well, maybe you could sit
5.5 furlongs. I want them to come back a little bit.
Yeah.
And I know you got one of the speed horses, but I want them to come back a little bit here.
Yeah.
At 7.
My money's in the pool with yours. You got to get mine. I got to get yours. At
Okay.
the end of the day, you can be a white meat. I'll give you my dark meat. But when we're trying to get the money, we're trying to get the money.
I don't know anybody that likes white meat more than dark meat. Don't you think dark meat's got more flavor?
I'm a white meat guy. Through and through.
Okay. 5,000 claimers, the 8th. We go back to the short distance of 4.5. This for fillies and mares, non-winners of 2 since the date. You like red sauce better, right?
Then what? I
don't know. I'm
oxygen, yes. I like it better than oxygen. Yeah. There aren't too many things I like better on this planet than red sauce.
There's not much better. There's not anything I like better than red sauce.
I'm really blowing your mind with this chicken thing, huh?
It's bothering me a little bit. It really is.
Mom's the same way.
It bothers me.
Mom's
Dark
the
meat
same
is
way.
clearly better than white meat. Clearly. White meat's better for you. White meat's better for you.
Of course it is. I eat chicken 7 days a week. And it's 8 days a week out of 7. Yeah, it's real. It's much better for you. Take a look. This is what you get by eating a hen house full of chicken cutlets every night.
Hypothetically. Okay, let's look at the last race. Now, good. You mentioned at least we got into the second week. We can start to watch replays a little bit.
Yes.
And remember trips a little bit. I'm watching Thin Legs. Was mixing it up a little bit early. Got caught up in a 3-horse speed duel. Michael smartly takes off it as he hit the turn because lets the horse go a little bit. I think it was Determined Love. Was the horse let go a little bit, and the horse stopped. So it was a smart move. Unfortunately, got out-finished by the other 2 horses. But those other 2 fillies were pretty good ones, including Sweet Charlotte's, who was probably too good for that field anyway. I thought Thin Legs ran deceptively well in that race coming off a layoff. If she runs any better, takes another step further, I think she wins here in a race that does seem pretty open. You got to figure Determined Love might improve, especially getting Keeper Koa. Baby Fade looks pretty good coming in here for Carl O'Callahan, speaking of Trial Lad. We Don't Believe Her's a tricky read. I don't like the fact that she scratched opening day and then coming off some not so great form. She might be the favorite in here. But, Determined Love's going to show speed. I don't know if she needed a race. Maybe she doesn't stop today. But either way, I think Thin Legs is in the mix. I think she takes a step forward, and I'm going to give her a slight edge to win here.
She really stopped last week, Determined Love.
Yeah, she did.
I remember off the turn thinking she was just gone, and she just fell apart like a cheap suit the last 16.
She kind of let her go. I mean, remember, they're all three together. It's almost like Michael just let her go. He must have known she was going to stop, and she did. She did. Maybe she won't stop this time. I don't know. We'll see.
I thought it was 2s and 3s. I was like you.
Yeah.
I have question marks about We Don't Believe Her. Scratched opening week, didn't enter back until today. The two last races are not good at all, and one of them was here. So it's not like he went. It's not like she went to the bench off that bad race. Jeff decided to run her one more time down a Penn, and she might have been worse than the start at Finger Lakes to start before, and that was kind of the end of her for. We're going on 5 months now. Next week's 5 months for her. Baby fade. I'm imagining that Determined Love's going to go, and I'm imagining that Mr. Cruz is just going to sit the pocket.
I would think so.
And Thin Legs, Baby fade and Thin Legs down to the line and made a better race man win. I would imagine it's those two. I would close my pick 5 and my 6-6 just using those two. We had to put a horse third, so I put the We Don't Believe Her third, but
it's more that class. Yeah, she's capable.
It's more of an indictment on the rest that I don't like the rest than it is an endorsement for her.
Yeah, Baby Fade, she's got races that wins this race, including a couple of races back. I mean, that's a big effort in February. That's good enough here.
I have a little bit of a Baby Fade. It's kind of what this is right here.
What does that mean?
It's like a little, so like the sides are, I gotta go see Joel when I go back to New York. Yeah. But like the sides are a 3 and the top's a 4. That's like a baby fade.
Okay, I'm just losing my hair, so that's just like the getting older fade.
That's the dark meat.
The dark meat. Anyway, hope everybody enjoys this Tuesday card. Man, we're going to add Wednesday next week.
Tie on next week, folks. Distance races, 3 days.
Yeah.
It'll be a real hootenanny up here at Farmington.
I don't know if I... What?
Hootenanny.
Okay, yeah, we'll have a good time, I guess. Hootenanny.
Yes.
For a 3-day week next week. Monday, we got another 8-race card. Looked at it. A lot of value there. Maybe we'll get some value today.
Got the final already. We don't mess around up here at Finger Lakes. I got the final, so you can go down. Well, I got the program already.
Yeah, we'll give you. We're quick with that. We got the morning line of everything.
Yes, sir. I like it
for you early. So
I come from a world where when my dad was a trainer. My dad was a trainer until I was 13, and then he became a jocks agent. Yeah. And he was a jocks agent pretty much through my my teens and into my early 20s. I remember the days when we used to draw 2 days out. Like New York we used to race 6 days at Aqueduct, Belmont, and Saratoga. Right. And we would draw dark day Tuesday. Racing off was open every day. Mm-hmm. Draw dark day Tuesday for Thursday. Jock would have 4 calls. You'd have to hustle they didn't go final for Thursday's card, let's say, until Wednesday night at like 5 o'clock. And then they would I remember being at the track on Wednesdays, they'd put the early scratches up and whatever rider changes they had. And then, like, that would be a big, big thing.
Yeah, you'd have a ton of
big thing. Oh, forget it. Sometimes, when jocks were really hot, my dad had Filberto Leone's book in 1993. Filberto would come from Ohio. And we canceled a bunch we had a rough winter downstate. And I can just imagine what you guys had up here.
We had the blizzard of 93.
Yeah. So we got buried down there, lost like 10 or 11 racing days. Filberto was named on like 60 horses in those days, which was a lot of horses for a kid who drove to New York in a $50 Pinto, and nobody knew who he was, having ridden in Thistledown and Beulah Park. And he came out of the box flying. He rode a horse named Dr. Carrington for Jimmy Ferrara. That was his first win. Mm-hmm. And then there were days when my dad had 5 calls in one race, especially getting to 7 pounds on him at that point. Like, so... And it was just such a different game that if you would have told me 30 years later, I'd have Monday's final for Finger Lakes in my hand.
You need to know who you're riding right away and make that decision. We got agents that have got to make those quick decisions.
Yeah.
No regrets. Anyway.
No regrets.
Nope, none at all. Okay, well, 8 races. We'll send Anthony up there. He's got a 5.5 furlong marathon race he's got to practice.
It's a marathon walking up to the booth for me.
So enjoy the day. Hope you do well. We'll see you next week, Anthony.
You got it. You too, Dave. Good luck, everyone. The field for race one's on the track. The one is Stony Lonesome with Carlos Camilo. Number 2 is World Cruise. Emmanuel De Diego's in the saddle. The 3 is Majestic, Laura Ann. Luis Perez rides. Here's the 5, Scherzer, with Andre Worry. And the 6 is Lindsay with Relu Gutierrez. And there's the 4, Miami Twofer, Jackie Davis aboard. The early pick 4 starts here. Post time is in just over 5 minutes. Welcome to day 4 of Finger Lakes. I'm the Big A, Anthony Stabile. 4-5-2. I had a feeling Majestic Laura Ann was going to take some money off the circuit switch, the class relief, and the trainer change. Man, I just don't know what to do with her, so I pitched her. 4 Miami Twofer, I hope shows some more speed than she did recently, both before and after the 5-month break for Carl Guzmark, who unleashed My Bronx Baby to a popular and convincing return win yesterday here in the 5th. Miami Twofer should have some more speed. I'm hoping on the drop. See if Jackie Davis can get that one to the lead. She's a good price at 3-1. The 5, Scherzer, one of the first repeaters here of the meet, along with Stony Lonesome, who's in here. Miami Twofer, Scherzer, a bunch of them ran last week. Scherzer flashed some speed, tired. Call Me Penny got the job done in her 16th try, I believe, or 13th try. It was in double digits. She should be forward in here as well with Worry. And then the 2 World Cruise. You know, World Cruise is interesting in here. First time Lasix. Got a bullet work. Mike Lasessi. First time out, ran against multiple stakes winners. Sweet Brown Sugar for Paul Barrow. Horse chased and tired. Chased very briefly, I should say, and tired. That was on a good track. Fast track today. 4.5. Layoff. Drop in class. 901 is too big of a price. I would try and fade the 3 Majestic Laura Ann. Start the early pick 4 with the 2, 4, and 5. Don't forget, free PPs, courtesy of Equibase, each and every day here at Finger Lakes. Head to fingerlakesgaming.com to download your free pass performances to get involved with us each and every racing day. Post time for the opener is in about 5 minutes or so. Best of luck today here at Finger Lakes. 2 minutes to post. Post time in a minute. The field for race one's behind the gate, and it's post time. Set for the Tuesday opener, Stony Lonesome goes in first. Don't forget, folks, free past performances, courtesy of Equibase. Just go to fingerlakesgaming.com each and every racing day here at Finger Lakes. World Cruises in. Slight favorite, Majestic Laura Ann goes up. Here's Miami Twofer. Scherzer's in. And we're just waiting on the gray filly, Lindsay. They're in the gate. And they're off like a shot. World Cruise right to the top. Miami Twofer and Jackie Davis hustling hard in second. There's Scherzer on the outside in third. Along the inside, Stony Lonesome's fourth. Between horses is Majestic Loran, and the trailer on the outside is Lindsay. World Cruise moving right along. She's got a 4-length lead. Miami Twofer and Scherzer duke it out for second and third. Then Stony Lonesome just inside of Lindsay. That's Majestic Loran, and the trailer is Lindsay. 23, opening quarter. World Cruise ripped through that quarter and has a 4-length lead. It's World Cruise off the turn and into the stretch. Miami Twofer, dead aim if good enough. Down the center, here comes Stony Lonesome. Far outside, Majestic Laura Ann, past the 8th pole. It's all World Cruise. She went right to the top, and she's improved her position. Late charge from Stony Lonesome, but they're coming down to the line. Flag fall. That's all in the opener for World Cruise. She won it by 2. Miami Twofer held second over Stony Lonesome. 54-1 the final time. Number 2, World Cruise was first. 4, Miami Twofer second. 1, Stony Lonesome third. 6, Lindsay was fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the official winner of the opener of the number 2, World Cruise. 3-year-old daughter of Lefrick out of the Gioponti mare, See the World. Bred in New York, is owned by Louis Bisso Jr. and Mike Licessi, who also trains winning rider Emmanuel De Diego. $2 exacta, 2-4, 45-40, 50-cent try, 2-4-1, 35-12, 10-cent super, 2-4-1-6, $26.20. Race 2 comes up next. The first pick 3 of the day is offered in race 2. Please note, you can remove Santa Ana Racing from the ownership of the number 1, Small Pebbles. Post time for race 2 is in about 19 minutes.
Hey, a lot of 11 business post for race number 2. And man, pace does make the race as World Cruise able to get out there in relatively easy fractions. She makes her second start and does it in pretty easy fashion. Emmanuel Di Diego for Michael Lasesi. As we go to the second, 11-9 claimer, this is that split condition for fillies and mares. Downwards of 2 races since the date or have never won 4 races. And you got 2 of them from the same barn that are both going to get some play here and both have the profile of a winner of race number 2. You got Small Pebbles and Isle Storm. Isle Storm probably the quicker of the 2. Small Pebbles has certainly been the better of the 2 in a sense that she's been a former stakes winner and also a pretty good allowance horse over the years. She has the rail. Isle Storm has the 3 posts. Both of them have the credentials to win. Pretty interesting to see how they will handle this from a tactic standpoint. Obviously, Isle Storm being the faster of the 2 could be out there on the lead. Small Pebbles holding the rail probably won't be that far back. And the 2 of them could run in tandem here. Right now at even money is Isle Storm. Small Pebbles, where Naz Alvarado opts to go, is at odds of 5-2. Usually want to go where the rider goes, as Naz Alvarado's ridden both of them, and he opts to go to Small Pebbles. The other horse getting some play is the 5, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, now in this trained by Roberto Lopez. This one, I think it was Nurka Huertas had this one. She had a pretty good season last year, winning 4 races out of 14 starts, and does have some early speed, especially in the route races. Maybe not as quick as Isle Storm in sprint races, but she probably won't be that far back. And after you get past Small Pebbles and Isle Storm, really no one really else to really like in here. She did beat Isle Storm going 6 furlongs in the mud back in October, obviously a while back. And she does have 1 win at the distance and 1 start. So undefeated at the distances, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. So there are some things to like for this horse, but she does come off the break since November, and she's not as fast as either of the Linda Dixon trainees. So that's some of the contenders for race number 2. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in here.
The field for race number 2 is out on the track. The 1 is Small Pebbles with Nazario Alvarado. The 2 is Wabunsi with John Davila Jr. The 3 is Isle Storm. Andre Worry rides. The 4 is Saloon Girl with Anthony Rodriguez. The 5's I Know You Ain't Talking to Me with Carlos Camillo. And the 6 is The New Miami with Michael Davila Jr. 3 minutes to post. First pick 3 starts here. A little over 3 minutes to post. I'm still kicking myself over World Cruise. Should have had some guts and picked that one on top. Anyway, next case. Small Pebbles and Isle Storm, my 1-2 picks here, both hail from the Linda Dixon barn. Nazario Alvarado's ridden both fillies, Small Pebbles, mare Isle Storm, in their last dozen starts each. Pretty much the entire career of Small Pebbles, and that's where he stays. He's ridden 80 horses for Linda Dixon. Nazario Alvarado has in the last 16 months. Andre Worry, who's on Isle Storm, has ridden 5. I'm going to go to the barn jock. Small Pebbles, a little bit more consistent as well from the inside. The 3 Isle Storm should be forward in here. I imagine she'd be dealing with Saloon Girl, possibly, definitely. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. See how much speed there actually is in here. And then the 5, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, maybe inherits the right trip in here off the first bunch of speed. Can pick him up and lay him down late. Small Pebbles right now at 8-5. No great shakes in the win board, but if you're playing a pick 3, maybe some exactas in here. That's how I would probably attack the race. I'd play a 1-3 with a small reverse. I think it's those 2 and then the rest. Small Pebbles for me. You have about 3 minutes to post. Best of luck here in race 2. Nearing the gate for race 2. And now the field for race 2 is behind the gate, and it's post time. All of the late money came in on the number 1, Small Pebbles. Bet down to odds-on favoritism is 4-5 as she goes in. Wabunsi. Up next. Isle Storm goes in. Here's Saloon Girl. I know you ain't talking to me's next. I know you ain't talking to me. Gets a few turns behind the gate by one of our assistant starters here at Finger Lakes. Now the field's being backed out of the starting gate. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch here in race number 2. On advice of the track veterinarian, number 1, Small Pebbles, is a late scratch. Once again, late scratch here in race number 2. Take out the 1, Small Pebbles, on advice of the track vet. Refunds available, win, play, show, exacta, try, superfecta wagers. Daily double. If you use this horse in the early double, you'll get a consolation payout. If you've used this horse in the pick 4, you will get the favorite at final odds. Again, late scratch the 1, Small Pebbles. And once again, the field for race 2 loads in. There's the 2, Wabunsi. Isle Storm up next. Now your even money favorite. With a little encouragement, she goes in. Here's Saloon Girl. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me goes in. And the last to load is the new Miami. They're in the gate. And they're off from the rail. Wabunsi for the lead between horses. There's Isle Storm. Then Saloon Girl, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. 4 across the track early. And the trailer is the new Miami. Isle Storm and Saloon Girl mixing it up now. They have a length and a half on the duo of Wabunsi inside of I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. A couple 3 lengths back to the new Miami, who trails the field early. The 5 of them around the far turn, 22 and 4. The opening quarter, Isle Storm, a short lead. Saloon Girl battles right back. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me ranges up with a 3-wide bid, hugging the rails. Wabunsi. The trailer is still the new Miami. Off the turn and into the stretch. Saloon Girl just grabbed the lead away from the favorite Isle Storm. Here comes I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Down the center to take the lead. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Isle Storm re-rallies. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. A length and a half to the good of a re-rallying Isle Storm. Then Saloon Girl. 53 flat the final time. Number 5, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, was first. It's a photo for second. Ladies and gentlemen, again, please note there was a late scratch of the number 1, Small Pebbles. Refunds on Win Play Show Exacta Try and Superfecta wagers. Also, the double that started here in race number 2. You get a Conso double if you were alive in the early double. And if you were alive in the pick 4 with the number 1, Small Pebbles, you received the favorite at final odds. That was the number 3, Isle Storm, who finished second. 4, Saloon Girl, third. 2, Wabunsi was fourth. 5-3-4-2 here in race 2. Returning to the winner circles, the number 5. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. 6-year-old daughter of Bustin' Stones out of the Tiger Ridge mare. Bob's pinup girl was bred in New York. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me is owned by Jose Merced, trained by Roberto Lopez, winning rider Carlos Camilo. And it's official. $2 double, 2-5, $80.50. Conso double, 2-1, $13.40. $2 exacta, 5-3, $15.60. 50-cent try, 5-3-4, $14.25. 10-cent super, 5-3, 4-2, $7.52. Race 3 comes up next. It starts today's pick 6. $1 pick 6. No carryover into the pick 6. Here are the changes for the remaining races. Race 4. Scratch to 3, Mischief Exposed. Race 4, scratch to 3. These scratches out of race number 6. In race 6. Scratch the 2, Keegs. And the 4, King of France. Scratch the 2 and 4 out of race 6. Race 7, scratch the 3, Oliver with a twist. Race 7, take out the 3, and please note the number 5, Golden Arm. Raced with a bar shoe last, races with a bar shoe on again today. An equipment change on the number 5, Golden Arm. And there are no scratches or changes out of race 8. Once again, pick 6 starts here in the third. $1 minimum. Post time for the third is in about 23 minutes.
12 minutes to post for race number 3. Now, there was a late scratch in there. The one Small Pebbles was a late scratch. If you had that one in your pick 4s, you would have gotten the post time favorably. That was the second leg of the pick 4. Yeah, it was a little bit of an upset in a sense. As Isle Storm maybe not quite sharp and at her fittest. I know you ain't talking. He was able to stalk off of a little bit of a duel between Isle Storm and Saloon Girl, and was able to get the victory. Carlos Camilo for Roberto Lopez getting the win in race number 2. Father of Norberto Lopez, very good boxer. Third race, an allowance race. This one starts the pick 6, and it is the return of 'Cause You're Pretty. 'Cause You're Pretty has done absolutely nothing wrong at Finger Lakes. Not only has she done nothing wrong, she's dominated at Finger Lakes. So she's won every race here by multiple lengths. Now she returns off of the long laugh after trying Saratoga competition. Obviously, some tough customers in that race. She got mixed up in the duel going 6 furlongs. 4.5 today. She has the rail. She runs her race. She's going to be awfully tough to beat, and she's at odds of 3 to 5. Main threat could be the 3 Golden Moonlight. She showed some talent and some bad luck when she was here before. She broke her maiden by over 12 lengths. Followed it up with a win in the 2 Lifetime. Then a couple rough trips when she returned here after going to Presque Isle. Stretched out in one, didn't get any respect the next 2 starts, and still ran a good second when last seen at Penn back in November. She's capable. Not sure she's got the numbers that 'Cause You're Pretty has. 'Cause You're Pretty might have to regress a little, or she'll have to really improve a little to beat that rival, but she is the main threat to 'Cause You're Pretty in this group. Well, horse that's a little more experienced and does have some back class, that's the 2, Eros' Girl. Not great races lately for Eros' Girl, but you do have a red-hot trainer who won the last 3 races of the day yesterday. This is the horse that was a stakes winner, almost won 2 consecutive stakes, won the Niagara Stakes, and then almost followed up with the New York Oaks. Actually got bothered in the stretch. She's by Esprit. Esprit was a little better going long, a lot better going long than short. She's got some talent, and maybe she could take advantage if they back up to her. Of course, you got to think it's 'Cause You're Pretty's race to lose from that inside position. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double Pick 3, and the $1 Pick 6 starts with race number 3.
Here's the field for race 3. The number 1 is 'Cause You're Pretty with Raylu Gutierrez. The 2 is Eros's Girl with Luis Perez. The 3 is Golden Moonlight. Kevin Navarro rides. There's the 4, Organized Chaos with Emilio Flores. The 6 is Queen's Dancer. Jackie Davis is in the saddle. And out on the clubhouse turns the 5, No Chalk with Cabracoa. Field of 6 going 4.5. Money allowance here. And it features the return of a pretty nice filly, as Larry David would say. The number 1, 'Cause You're Pretty. Lisa Reed, Raylu Gutierrez going to ride. Rattled off 3 in a row last year after winning 1 of 2 as a juvenile. She was perfect until she left Finger Lakes and went up to. In fact, she's been perfect at Finger Lakes, 4 for 4, 0 for 2 elsewhere. Went to Saratoga and was your 8-5 favorite in a loaded entry-level allowance contest. Dueled. Did not get the best trip that day. Had some issues after the race. Put her away. Chris Progno had her at the time. Put her away. Lisa Reed now. And this filly, I'll tell you what. I am sitting a couple of 100 yards away and about 100 feet in the sky. She looks a picture on the racetrack. She got a really pretty face, too. Well named, this filly, and I just think she's the goods in here. I think there's some money to be made, though. I like the long shot on the board for a second. Eros's Girl for Ferraro Jr., who was on fire here yesterday. I used the horse in the 5th, Darth Soul Dancer, as my best bet. He won the next 3. Story of my gambling life. But I think this filly could pick him up and lay him down late. 5-year-old mare, I should say. She's another one, loves Finger Lakes. I think both the 3 Golden Moonlight and the 4 Organized Chaos are going to chase after 'Cause You're Pretty. I don't want anybody chasing this filly. So let's see if Eros's Girl can pick him up late. Or the outside run of the 6 Queen's Dancer for Linda Dixon and Jackie Davis. Filly won 2 of her last 4 before an October layoff, including 1 at Saratoga, gate to wire. She can't see the lead in here, but I think she can be laying 3rd or 4th on the outside and maybe grab a piece of this. So I'm going to play the race 1 with 2-6 and hope 'Cause You're Pretty is as good as advertised and makes her return to Finger Lakes and winning $1. Pick 6 kicks off here. No carrier. If you guys have hit it every day, congratulations so far. We'll see if today stays the same. Pick 6 starts here. Post time for race number 3 is in a little over 3 minutes. Don't forget, if you need PPs for this pick 6 or any racing day here at Finger Lakes, head over to Finger Lakes Gaming. Download your free PPs courtesy of Equibase. About 3 minutes to post, 4 minutes to post for the 3rd. Best of luck here in the pick 6. Field for race 3 is heading to the gate. Last chance to play the $1 pick 6. And now the field for race 3 is behind the gate. And it's post time. Odds on favorite 'Cause You're Pretty goes in first. The gray mare, Eros' Girls, up next. Golden Moonlight steps in. Organized Chaos goes up. No Chalk goes in. And the last to load is Queen's Dancer. They're in the gate. And they're off. There's Golden Moonlight for the lead, challenged on the outside by Organized Chaos, and at the rails, the favorite 'Cause You're Pretty. These 3 speed off. They have 2 lengths on Queen's Dancer, who moves up along the outside and fourth. Then we come back to the 2 trailers, No Chalk and Eros' Girl. Golden Moonlight speeds away to a 1.5 length lead. Organized Chaos on the chase in second. Along the insides, 'Cause You're Pretty, through an opening quarter of 22 and 3. Outside of the favorite is Queen's Dancer. Gap of 4 to Eros' Girl. And No Chalk off the turn and into the stretch. Golden Moonlight trying to hold off Organized Chaos. 'Cause You're Pretty's going to need some way to roll along the inside. She's under encouragement from Raylu Gutierrez, but not responding. Through the stretch, Golden Moonlight and Organized Chaos, they've been going at it from the start. Golden Moonlight's almost home. Organized Chaos dead aim. Golden Moonlight, Organized Chaos, Golden Moonlight, yes! A long head. Then it was Organized Chaos. 'Cause You're Pretty checked in third. 52 flat, the final time. So photo finish, hold all tickets. Number 3, Golden Moonlight was first. 4, Organized Chaos second. 1, 'Cause You're Pretty third. 2, Eros' Girl was fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 3, the official winner of race 3, Golden Moonlight. The 4-year-old daughter of Gold Digger's Boy out of the Tis Now mare, working at night, is owned by Happy Day Stable and Rivercard Stable. Trained by James Aquilano. Winning rider, Kevin Navarro. $2 double 5-3, 57.50. $2 exacta 3-4, 85 even. 50-cent try 3-4-1, $56.62. And the 10-cent super 3-4-1-2, $35.35. Race 4 comes up next. It kicks off today's pick 5. Scratch the 3, Mischief Exposed. Race 4, Scratch the 3, Mischief Exposed. Post time for the 4th is in about 22 minutes. Folks, overweight here on the number one. Find a name 4 pounds over. Like to weight 117 on the number one. Find a name. On the heels of a fantastic Kentucky Derby Day, thanks to everyone who came out on Derby Day. Advanced wagering set for Friday, May 17th, on the middle jewel of the Triple Crown, the Preakness. Come on out to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack for advanced wagering on Friday. And, of course, all of the action on Saturday, Preakness Day, May 18th, live from Pimlico Racecourse in Baltimore, Maryland. Like Kentucky Derby Day, doors on Preakness Day will open at 10 a.m. That's Saturday, May 18th. Come bet on the middle jewel of the Triple Crown, the Preakness Stakes. Doors open 10 a.m. right here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack.
Get ready for race number 4. Pretty good effort by Golden Moonlight in race number 3 to start off your $1 pick 6. That was Kevin Navarro aboard for Aquilano. As we go to the 4th, We start the pick 5. We scratch the 3, Mischief Exposed. Early favorite, no surprise, is the Mighty Don, one of a couple in here for Robert Falcone. He's got one later in the day that's going to be probably a big favorite as well. This one looks to be the main speed of this 5-furlong race. Was a beaten favorite when last seen in New York, going 6.5, but shortens up today, gets a race lacking in any kind of early speed, will be his race to lose on the front end. Main threat could be the 2, Solo Tonight. This one very questionable at the distance as it is, and now he's got to close and chase down the Mighty Don as he's turning way back in distance after going a mile last race, and that was from an outside 10 post, but so at least he moves inside a little bit, and he has been facing tougher competition, but obviously the 5 furlongs is a big question mark for Solo Tonight, who is the 2 horse. The 7 is Tyrannosaurus Rex. Both he and Go Grad come out of the same race. That was on opening day. Go Grad finishing just ahead of Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex had probably a better closing kick coming at the leaders, but that's the thing with Tyrannosaurus Rex. He's had chances. He's been there a lot. He's hit the board 4 out of his 12 starts, hits the super often, and he's been against some decent maiden special weight competition, but you got to think here's another time where he's got to sit back and make a run. He's just got to hope the speed comes back to him, but still obvious top 3 threat. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 5 starts with the 4th. We scratch the 3, Mischief Exposed.
The field for race 4, the start of the pick 5s on the track. The one is Find a Name with apprentice Juan Diaz. The 2 is Solo Tonight with Louis Perez. Scratch the 3, Mischief Exposed. Here's the 4, The Mighty Don with Andre Worry. The 5 is Go Grad with Emmanuel De Diego. And the 6 is Tyrannosaurus Rex. Heman Harkey rides. All right, pick 5 time with a little over 5 minutes to post here. Boy, the Mighty Don, 3 to 5. He's my best play of the day. I say that a bit tongue-in-cheek. He is on the website. The morning line actually had Solo Tonight shorter than the Mighty Don, which I don't think was happening. Even with Mischief Exposed in the race, Mischief Exposed coming out just seemingly makes the Mighty Don's job easier as we go 5 furlongs for the first time this meet. 5 furlongs for the first time. None of the 5 runners have an extended layoff in here, so good to see both of those things. The Mighty Don's supposed to get in front of these horses and just keep going 5 furlongs, being honest, coming up from New York, from Aqueduct. And we talk about class relief. Well, sometimes it's not claiming a special weight to claimer, which is the biggest drop in racing. This horse is going the other way from the maiden claimer to the special weight, but I think the circuit relief is what's going to help him. This is an open company race, but all 5 of them are New York bred, so there you go. The Mighty Don's supposed to get loose. He has the race off the 10-week layoff, and I would imagine he just keeps going here. Looks like another chalky number, Solo Tonight. Another one coming up from Aqueduct, trying to change to Mike Ferraro from Horacio De Paz. Cutting back from a try at a mile. This was just taking money in every single one of his starts. 3-year-old gelded son of Solomini. 3 to 1, 8 to 5, 7 to 2, 2 to 1 favorite, 9 to 2. Every time this horse is taking money, and he has yet to be within 3 lengths of the win in his career. We'll see if today, if he can get the job done. Likely second winner in here. And then the 6, Tyrannosaurus Rex. Felt like Rachel Sells horses were going to need one off the layoff. It certainly seems like they've needed one. This one comes in off of a 10-month break. Finished second in our first race. It's finished third, rather, beating just 2 lengths in the first race of the year. I was talking about this off camera. I don't know how good the rail's been. This horse goes from an inside bid to drawing outside. Maybe if Heman Harkey could just keep this horse in the center of the track, it would behoove him. 4-2-6 for me here in race number 4, like yesterday with Find Your Joy. This horse's half-sister, by the way. I feel like the Mighty Don could be singled in that pick 5 sequence. Best of luck if you're playing. Don't forget, if you need PPs, head over to fingerlakesgaming.com. Get those free Equibase PPs each and every day of our racing season. Best of luck here in race number 4. Field for race 4 is making its way to the gate. You have less than a minute. The field for race 4 is behind the gate and it's post time. Long shot, find the name, loads first. Followed by Solo Tonight, who balks momentarily. Now he's in. Favorite, the Mighty Don, goes up. First 5 furlong race of the meet here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Go Grad goes in, and we're waiting on Tyrannosaurus Rex. They're in the gate. And they're off. Breaking poorly there was the favorite, the Mighty Don. He spots the field 2 lengths. Go Grad to the lead along the inside. There's Find the Name. Between horses is Solo Tonight. After the miscue early, the Mighty Don splits horses with the trailer on the outside being Tyrannosaurus Rex. Find a Name and Go Grad duking it out on the front end. The Mighty Don's moved up into a stalking position in third through an opening quarter of 23 and 2. 2 lengths back to Tyrannosaurus Rex, and along the inside, Solo Tonight trails. He's about a half a dozen lengths from the lead. Go Grad racing for the oncoming, the Mighty Don, who took the lead right there. The Mighty Don just went ahead of Go Grad. Find a Name battles on along the inside, then Tyrannosaurus Rex and Solo Tonight off the turn and into the stretch. The Mighty Don trying to edge away from Go Grad. He's going to have to deal with Tyrannosaurus Rex down the center. Almost home is the Mighty Don. Then Go Grad, Tyrannosaurus Rex. Late run from Solo Tonight, but it's too late. The Mighty Don, despite the miscue, reports home a 2-length winner. Then it was Go Grad for second. Final time for the 5/8 was 59 and 4. Number 4, the Mighty Don, was first. 5, Go Grad, second. It's a photo for third. Six, Tyrannosaurus Rex was third, 2. Solo Tonight finished fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 4, the Mighty Don. 4-year-old gelded son of Freud out of the not-for-love mare Barrel of Dreams, bred in New York. The Mighty Don's owned by Beast Mode Racing, trained by Rob Falcone Jr., winning rider Andre Worry. $2 double, 3-4, 32.80. $2 exact, a 4-5, 12.40. 50-cent try, 4.56, $7.40. 10-cent super, 4.5, 6.2, $1.94. 50-cent pick 3, 5.34, $20, 12 cents. And the 50-cent pick 4, 2.5, 3.4, $587.50. Race 5 comes up next. It starts today's late pick 5. There are no changes in race 5. Post time for the 5th is in a little over 20 minutes. Folks, don't forget to take advantage of the rewards program over at fingerlakesbonusbets.com. If you don't have an account, head on over to open a brand new fingerlakesbonusbet.com account today. Take advantage of our May promo. Ordinarily, you get 6% back on all your plays here at Finger Lakes. In the month of May, 8% back on all of your plays here at Finger Lakes Racetrack. Head over to fingerlakesbonusbets.com to sign up for a new account and take advantage of our May promotions today. And along with Finger Lakes Bonus Bets, don't forget to come out to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack on Saturday, May 18th for the second jewel of racing's Triple Crown, the Preakness. Special early door time, 10 a.m. the doors will open. Advanced wagering on the Preakness card Friday, May 17th as well. Come on out to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack for the second jewel of the Triple Crown, the Preakness Stakes, on Saturday, May 18th.
right, in the paddock 4, race number 5, and despite the bad break, the Mighty Don winning it anyway. Looked like that horse was going to be the speed of the race on paper, but the problem was didn't get out of the gate very well, but still was able to push on up under Andre Worry and get the victory for Robert Falcone. Guess you could say he was best in race number 4. We go to the 5th. It's a 5,000 claimer going 4.5 furlongs. It's got some early money on the one Bustin Pietre, who does look like the inside speed of the race. It's tailed off a little bit. It actually tailed off when he was here. He dropped down to 5,000. Won the first time he dropped to 5, but then was beaten by Bowing Snowman in the opens. But I tried some Charlestown races, was not competitive the last 3 starts, and now returns to Finger Lakes. Well, doesn't have a win in 4 starts at the distance, but it seems like the way the race flow looks, it's going to be to his advantage. So if he can hold the rail, get to the lead, he could be a very tough customer in race number 5. The 7 horse is Devil or Angel. If you would really like this horse if it was further, an extra furlong. The problem is going to be 4.5. He did show a little bit of early speed to be close early in his career, but not lately. It seems like he likes to lay back, make a run. He wasn't that far behind at 22 and change in September, chasing a pace when he ran against the 11 and 9, so he can stay a little closer, and he has faced tougher competition in the past, but he'll have to stay close with Bustin Pietre and possibly Smokin' Alone, and maybe he could chase them down. He's certainly got the numbers to beat most of the horses in this group. Mentioned Smokin' Alone, he's off the layoff, but he's a hard knocker. He always fires. He's had a lot of starts. Maybe not as good a year last year as the prior year, but he could do either. He's very versatile. He could go to the front. He could sit and make a run. He hasn't won at this distance, but has hit the board a couple times. Would expect more of a stalking type trip, staying close up with Bustin Pietre early, and could be very much a factor in race number 5. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 4 starts in the 5th. You got about 8 minutes to post.
The field for race 5 is on the track. The one's Bustin Pietre with Jeremiah Flores. The 2 is Gandy Dancing with Joel Cruz. The 3 is Benchwalk. Jackie Davis rides. The 4 is Massey Hall. Stephen Fretz in the boot. The 5 is Maseta with Cabercoa. The 6 is Smokin' Alone. Rafael Rohina Jr. rides. And the 7 is Devil or Angel with Emmanuel De Diego. De Diego looking for a riding double on the afternoon here as we kick off the late pick 4. I like Bustin Pietri yesterday in a wide open finale. I got to like him here in a race that I think is a little bit easier than yesterday's last. I'm hoping Jeremiah Flores is given the instructions from my man Paul Bauer to just gun from the rail. Because I think he's the speed of the speed in here. Now, he hasn't shown it in a very long time. But I do think he's the fastest early here. Especially when you have the other speed in here, a horse like Benchwalk and Maseta. They have distance speed. They have route speed. So I would like to see Flores aggressive from the inside. This horse hasn't shown his speed in a while. But in fact, the last time he was close to the pace was at Mountaineer in December, and he got the job done from just a little over a length off the pace. So let's see if he can be aggressive from the inside here. With that said, the number 5, Maseta, was 3-1 on the morning line, and obviously he's coming off route form. He's entered for the waiver in here for Timothy Murphy, so I think it's a good sign. Take the free shot if you can. He only has one sprint on his card. It was in one of those allowance races. Forward Motion won the last race yesterday. Father Walsh, who was second that day, came back. So, listen, I'm not saying this horse is a sprinter. But what I'm saying is in a race where the pace scenario is murky at best, if Bustin Pietri doesn't have his speed anymore, I don't know who's going to be in front. And maybe his route speed's enough to get him in the game early. He probably won't be 8-1. We still got about 5 minutes to post. I can't imagine he's going to be 8-1, but he's the kind of horse that's a little bit interesting here because if he stays above 6-1, he's certainly a little bit of a separator in this late pick 4. Pick 5 ticket's already in, obviously, but he's a little bit of a separator in a late pick 4. So I would keep an eye on the tote. And Gandy Dancing comes in from Penn and Charlestown. I don't know. I feel like he probably faced a little bit better at Penn. Cole Callahan's horses are running here. We got the money with Trellat in our feature yesterday. This horse is on a board at 6-1. He got the job done at Penn back in February when he made the circuit switch from the Big A over to Penn National. He won one of those dated races. This is another dated race. So he falls into the category because he won a race for 4,000, so it doesn't count against this condition. I don't know. If Bustin Pietri shows up, there's a version of Bustin Pietri that does a number on this field. We'll see if that one still exists. Again, late pick 4 kicks off here. Post time's in about 3 or 4 minutes. Best of luck here in the 5th. Field 4, race 5 is making its way to the gate. Last chance to get in your late pick fours. And the field for race 5 is behind the gate, and it's post time. Buston Pietri goes in. Here's Gandhi Dancing. Bench Walks up next. Massey Hall goes in. Masetta goes in. Smoking Alone. And the last to load is Devil or Angel as Buston Pietri ticks down to 3-2 favoritism. There in the gate. And they're off. Buston Pietri shows first between horses there, Smoking Alone. These two have a length and a half on Massey Hall. Then to the outside comes Devil or Angel. Between Masetta, the two trailers, a bench walk, and Gandhi Dancing. Buston Pietri a length and a half in front of Smoking Alone, who's on the chase. Then we come back to Massey Hall and Devil or Angel there, third or fourth, as Massey Hall just snuck up the inside, 23 in one opening quarter. Following that move is bench walk. 3 deep is Gandhi Dancing, and the trailers now Masetta off the turn and into the stretch. Buston Pietri, Jeremiah Flores looks like he's having a little trouble keeping Buston Pietri straight. They still have a 2-length lead. From the back, Gandhi Dancing down the center. Buston Pietri has a 3-length lead. Gandhi Dancing with dead aim, but he's got way too much ground to make up as Buston Pietri, a dwindling length and a half on the line. Then it was Gandhi Dancing, tight for third. Final time was 52-4. Number 1, Buston Pietri was first. 2, Gandhi Dancing second. It's a photo for third. Number 7, Devil or Angel was third. 4, Massey Hall finished fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 1, Buston Pietri. 5-year-old gelding, a son of Buston Stones, and of the It's No Joke mare Amulet, was bred in New York. Buston Pietri is owned by Roddy Valenti, trained by Paul Barrow. We've had 5 races today, 5 different riders. This one goes to Jeremiah Flores. $2 double 4-1, $8.20. $2 exacta 1-2, $16.20. 50-cent try 127, $11.50. 10-cent super 1-2-7-4, $6.72. And the 50-cent pick 3-3-4-1, $13.87. Race 6 comes up next. The final pick 3 of the day kicks off in race number 6. Scratch the 2 Keegs and the 4 King of France. Scratch the 2 and 4 from race 6. Post time for the 6th is in about 20 minutes.
Coming up on race number 6, and yeah, not much speed in there. Bustin Pietri from the rail, able to take advantage of the scenario. He was the quickest early, and he had the rail, and that led to victory. Actually, the horse that ran second actually ran a big race trying to chase after him, but pace makes a race, and Bustin Pietri able to get back into form with a victory. Jeremiah Flores for trainer Paul Barrow. As we go to the 6, big scratches in here, making a short price favorite, just maybe by default. The 2, Keegs, is out, and so is the 4, King of France. Trinket Solo probably will be left as a short price favorite right now at odds of 1-2 on the board. Maybe by default it gets the victory here based on figures, company kept for Trinket Solo. Now, Robert Falcone already had a winner in the 4th, and that was with a horse that got off slow, was much the best. So let's see if this one breaks better than the other one. If he breaks well, it might be awfully tough to handle in here, and that's why he's getting all the plays right now at 3-5. A couple horses getting some play on the outside. You got Chasin' You, who's got some decent form, did run a second back in September before finishing off the board against the maiden 5s next couple starts. The numbers aren't bad. If you take out Drinkin' Solo, he's probably got some of the better form in the race just based on that second place finish. Now, he caught slop in his last race. He hasn't been necessarily great on it. Ronnie Bree Jr., the trainer, already having a win so far this year. So, like a lot of them, though, the main issue here at 4.5 furlongs is if Trinket Solo breaks well, he might be the only speed in here, and the rest of them look like they're going to have a lot of lengths to make up, and that could be the case for a horse like Chasin' You, who does have some decent form. The other one that's got some decent form is the one, Watermelon Crush, but looks like he comes from even further back. He doesn't have any early speed. He's coming out of routes, but his numbers aren't bad. Again, the pace is going to be the problem when you're talking about a short distance of 4.5 furlongs. And here's a horse that's had a lot of chances. He's 0 for 21. He's been here before, running against the maiden 5s. He was hitting the super in a few of those starts, but he's got, like all of them, got to hope that Trinket Solo backs up to him if he's going to have any chance to win the race. He is getting some plays. The other one that's getting bet at odds of 3-1, and maybe because he comes in after facing a little bit better, but let's face it, he faced this level when we last saw him in November. Those are some of the horses getting play here, and really 3-5, you probably won't even get 3-5 on the 3 Trinket Solo. Expect it to be even lower odds than that. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in here. Again, big scratches of both the 2 and the 4.
The field for race 6 is coming out onto the track. The 1 is Watermelon Crush with John Barrios. Scratch the 2 Keegs. The 3 is Drinking Solo and Andre Worry. Scratch the 4 King of France. The 5 is Sal's brother, Stephen Fret rides. The 6 is One with Everything and Heeman Harkey. And the 7's Chasing You with Jackie Davis. A little over 3 minutes to post for race 6. Final pick 3 of the day kicks off here. Scratch down to 5. Looks like Rob Falcone Jr. will get his second win of the meet. Andre Worry, they'll team up for the second time today with the 3 Drinking Solo, who by attrition finds himself on the lead in here. There's no other speed in the race. Unless Sal's brother, the number 5, who's a fresh gelding from a June layoff of last year, so we're looking at 11 months. Unless he comes back off the big drop from special weight to maiden 5, firing, and he showed no speed in his first 3 starts. I would imagine Worry just puts Drinking Solo on the lead in here and says, see you later. I originally had the race pick 3-4-2, so I had to go searching a little bit. The 7, Chasing You, Jackie Davis. Jackie's ridden this horse once. It was this horse's lone second place finish. It was his first sprint here at Finger Lakes. It was going 3/4. He got beat 4.5 lengths. It's really his only good race on his card here at Finger Lakes. He has one other good race down at Aqueduct a couple of winters ago. And Ronnie Breed, Deborah Breed, they've had their horses ready to roll off the winter layoff. We'll see if Chasing You can get a piece in here. Like I said, Sal's brother, fresh gelding, big drop. We'll see if maybe he has some speed. Not much to say in here. It looks like Drinking Solo is going to get the job done. Very short price here. 1-2 to give Falcone and Worry their second together on the day. Final pick 3 kicks off here. Don't forget, open early Preakness Day, 10 o'clock, Saturday, May 18th. We'll talk more about that next week. If you need free PPs for our live racing days, head over to fingerlakesgaming.com. Courtesy of Equibase, they are available each and every racing day of the 2024 Finger Lakes live racing season. Best of luck here in race 6. Field for race 6 is headed to the gate. Post times in a minute. The field for race 6 is behind the gate, and it's post time. Field of 5 set to load, scratch to 2. Keegs and the 4 King of France Watermelon Crush goes in. Here's your prohibitive favorite, Drinking Solo. That's never fun. Sal's Brothers next. Here's One with Everything. Chasing You, the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Away a little slowly there was Drinking Solo. The rest of them broke just fine, led by One with Everything, who has a half-length lead on Chasing You. Along the insides, Watermelon Crush in third. Then Sal's Brother, who's just 2.5 from the lead, and it's a gap of 3 more to the heavy favorite, Drinking Solo. In fact, Drinking Solo has now dropped about a half a dozen lengths behind Sal's Brother. In the meantime, One with Everything and Chasing You, duking it out on the front end. There's room at the rail for Watermelon Crush through an opening quarter of 23 and 4. 3 lengths back to Sal's Brother. And if Drinking Solo is going to get there, he's got a lot to do. They're off the turn and into the stretch. Chasing You just got ahead in front of One with Everything. Chasing You, One with Everything. Jackie Davis and Chasing You trying to keep that one straight. One with Everything battles back along the inside. Late run from Watermelon Crush. Chasing You's almost home. One with Everything, a final lunge. Chasing You along neck. Then it was One with Everything, Watermelon Crush, and Sal's Brother. 54 the final time. Photo finish. Number 7, Chasing You was first. 6, One with Everything second. 1, Watermelon Crush third. 5, Sal's Brother checked in fourth. Returning to the winner's circle is the number 7, Chasing You. 4-year-old Gelbings, the son of Klimt, out of the Midas Eyes mare. Kill Knock Again. The New York Bred's owned by Ronald Breed Jr. and Jessica Breed, trained by Ronnie Breed Jr., winning rider Jackie Davis. And it's official. $2 double, 1-7, $19.20. $2 exact to 7-6, 28 even. 50-cent try, 7-6-1, 33 even. 10-cent super, 7-6, 1-5, $21.77. Race 7 comes up next. Late double kicks off in the 7th. Here in the 7th, scratch the 3, Oliver with a twist. And please note the number 5, Golden Arm, races with a bar shoe on again. Bar shoe on again, the 5, Golden Arm, here in race 7. And there are no changes in the finale. Post time for race 7 is in just over 20 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please note the number 5, Golden Arm. An incorrect equipment announcement earlier. Golden Arm races without front shoes. No front shoes for the 5, Golden Arm. He raced without front shoes last time. He will race again without front shoes today. No front shoes on the 5, Golden Arm.
I got 10 minutes to post for race number 7. The big favorite, getting off slow and not firing at all, kind of opened that race up. It was Chasing You. That's second win of the season already for Ronnie Breed Jr. Congratulations to him. Jackie Davis aboard for the victory in race number 6, second choice on the board. Going to go a little further here. 5.5 furlongs is getting used to these 4.5 and 5 furlong races. This is the furthest race we've gone yet this season. We scratched the 3, Oliver with a Twist. Pretty good wide open race here in race number 7. You see some early money on the 2, Limit Up. No surprise there, and he's coming good form coming from Mahoning Valley. I took a shot at a price because I did think it was wide open, and I did think you got a couple speed types in here to chase, and it is a little further at 5.5. What about the Coney Road for the Murph? This one, yeah, his last 2 wins were on off tracks, but his debut was a real good-looking performance, beating pretty decent maiden special weight field. Now, he was overmatched in the New York Derby, but since then, he really has only run one poor race, and that was the end of last year. His return race, not bad at all. It was just simply too short for him at 4.5, and he also ran against a couple good ones. The top 2 finishers really laid over the field, talking about Flowing River and Saratoga Banker. Well, if he could get the right kind of trip and the speed kind of hooks up a little bit, maybe Tacony Road could have some impact in here at a little bit of a price. He's currently at odds of 5-1. The favorite on the board right now is the 2, Limit Up. No surprise, if you go a couple races back on his form, the day he was claimed at Mahoning Valley, he led all the way, pretty decent fractions, and ran second to a next out winner. That race might be good enough. I mean, the horse earned a 71 buyer for it. The Dam, not too bad as well. The Dam actually only made 1 start during her career, and it sold for $150,000 after going 1 for 1. She's of course by Bustin' Stones, so no surprise that this horse has some early speed. Comes in with a bullet work and Limit Up, an obvious contender in race number 7, currently at odds of 8-5. Persistent Danger's been a consistent horse and did finish ahead of Tacony Road in that 4.5 furlong race. He came in with a little bit of a fitness edge as he was running in New York, so certainly had some racing recency to him and ran well. And now Flores climbs aboard, should get a nice inside trip behind the speed. Hard not to see this horse in the top 3 with a similar effort as last time. Just figures to get a good trip in this race. The 6 horse is Fly Away. Another one, you go 2 races back on his form, might be good enough to beat this field. Now, most of his wins have been on the turf. 3 of his 5 career wins have been performed on the turf or the wet turf, but his recent dirt race against the Open 12.5s back in January, as mentioned, was a nice number, a 75 buyer that race, and that was after being claimed for 5,000. It's the way you want to do it. Now faces a little bit easier after getting beat, not really competitive in his last start. So if you could forgive the last effort because of the tough competition, he's certainly another one you consider using in this race and is getting some play at odds of 5-2. Well, that's the 7th race, a little bit longer here at 5.5 furlongs, but you can see some of the speed back up a little bit. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered. Scratch the 3, Oliver with a Twist.
Field for race 7's on the track. Here's the 1, Persistent Danger. Jeremiah Flores looks for his second win on the day. The 2 is Limit Up. Andre Worry looks for his second win on the day. The 4 is Interstate. Emmanuel De Diego looks for his second win on the day. The 5 is Golden Arm. Jackie Davis looks for her second win on the day. The 6 is Fly, Fly Away with Luis Perez. And the 7 is Coney Road with Nazario Alvarado. A little over 4 minutes to post for our feature. 5.5 furlongs for all of you out there clamoring for some more distance. Here we go. So, I like the way Speed has been holding up today. And that gray flash right there on your screen, that one's for me in here. Fly, Fly Away ships in for Wayne Potts off some January form down at Tampa. He got the job done first off the claim for Wayne. Made it 2 in a row overall on a big jump from a $5,000 date race to 12.5 opens. And I have no idea what happened last time. Like I said earlier on Takes from the Lakes with Dave, I'm just going to scratch it up to the Headless Horseman. I would imagine Luis Perez is just going to blast off in here. I mean, I would. I think Speed's been pretty good today, especially Speed that has a little class. And I know he won. It's a 12.5 race, but this horse has a little backlash. He just made 6 starts on the dirt. The bulk of his career was spent on the grass, and they were running them on the wrong surface. We see that a lot, especially with grass horses. They were running this horse long on the turf, and it turns out he's a dirt sprinter. So I think he gets to the front today. I think he keeps on going. Fly, Fly Away from me. The 2 inside runners, the 1 Persistent Danger, and the 2 Limit Up make a lot of sense. Persistent Danger, second start of the meet, finished 3rd. Just kind of passed some tiring horses last time to get the show, though, for Rachel Sells. Jeremiah Flores, there was a good marriage with this horse last summer and fall here at Finger Lakes. He climbs back aboard for the first time in a half a dozen starts. And then the 2 Limit Up, Andre Worry, going to climb aboard. This horse, New York bred, 5-year-old. He's made 30 starts in his career. He's never made one here at Finger Lakes. He hasn't faced state breds in his last 12 tries. He'll get state breds today in his Finger Lakes unveiling, first time for Jeffrey Engelhart. Horse did not do much running against open starters last time. He might find the company a little better here. 6-1-2 for me here in race number 7. This horse is a good price. I'd make a couple of doubles, 6-2, 6-3, baby fade and thin legs in the next. Best of luck if you're getting involved in a late double. We got a few minutes to post here for race 7, today's feature. Post time in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 7's behind the gate, and it's post time. First 5.5 furlong race of the meet serves as today's feature. In goes Persistent Danger first. Slight favorite. Limit Up goes in. Here's Interstate. Golden Arms next. Fly, Fly Away goes in. And the last to load is Tacony Road. They're in the gate. And they're off. There's Tacony Road along the inside. Persistent Danger. Limit Up's there as well. They're mixing it up early, and now Fly, Fly Away, the big gray, joins the fray. 4 of them in a line. Also in the mix there is Golden Arm. The 2 back markers are Interstate, and outside of him is Tacony Road. Limit Up, a short lead over Golden Arm. Persistent Danger along the inside, then Fly, Fly Away. They rip through the opening quarter of 22-2. Limit Up and Golden Arm still going at it. Persistent Danger, a length and a half back in third. Fly, Fly Away. Luis Perez trying to motivate him. He has a length and a half on both Interstate and Tacony Road. They're off the turn and into the stretch. Limit Up, he just spurted away from Golden Arm and opened up by 2. Persistent Danger, maybe his main danger. Limit Up, trying to get there. Here comes Persistent Danger with dead aim. Limit Up, Persistent Danger. These 2 have it to themselves. Persistent Danger going the better of the 2. And Persistent Danger takes the lead and draws away from Limit Up. Persistent Danger by 2. Then Limit Up, Tacony Road, and Interstate. Final time for the 5.5 furlongs was 105-1. Number 1, Persistent Danger was first. 2, Limit Up second. 7, Tacony Road third. 4, Interstate finished fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 1, Persistent Danger. The 5-year-old gelding, a son of Speitster, out of the Mizzen Mast mare, Leah Renee. Bred in New York, is owned by Rachel Sells and Linda Manfredi, trained by Rachel Sells. 2 wins on the day for jockey Jeremias Flores. $2 double, 7-1, 1920. $2 exacta, 1-2, 1760. 50-cent try, 127, 1135. 10-cent super, 1274, $30.30. Race 8 comes up next. The finale offers win, play, show, exacta try, super. No changes. Post time for race number 8 is in just over 23 minutes. Don't forget, folks, set to go to our traditional 3-day week starting next week here at Finger Lakes. Racing Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday next week. First post is at 1:15 p.m. Each and every racing day. Takes from the Lakes comes your way right after the scratches and changes and the national anthem at about 12:15. And free pass performances can be found at fingerlakesgaming.com for each and one of our live racing cards in 2024. Again, 3-day week starting Monday, May 13th.
getting ready to conclude this Tuesday card as we continue racing Monday through Wednesday starting next week. We had the Wednesday, but this is the second week in the books, and what a good day it was. It was Persistent Danger pretty much tripping out in that race as there was a lot of speed. All those horses wanting the front end a little further, 5.5. Persistent Danger ridden well by Jeremiah Flores to get the victory for Rachel Sells. Her horses are always right there. She breaks through with a victory. It's Rachel Sells and a great assistant trainer, Joel Saunier. Last race, a 5,000 claimer going 4.5 furlongs, and pretty competitive race. You can tell by the board right now. No real heavy favor in this race. I wouldn't expect there to be either, as you can make a case for a lot of them in here, and it could come down to the trip in a race like this. Of course, we're going back to 4.5 here. I was looking at Thin Legs. You look at the last race. It was the first race off the layoff for Thin Legs, and it was a good effort. This horse was out there with two other horses in a 3-horse speed duel early. Michael backed off before they hit the turn and let Determined Love go on with it. That one ended up stopping. Then put in a late run, but got out-kicked by Sweet Shouts to Run, Laura Run. Probably horses that would beat the rest of these. So she actually ran it very well. And if she could take just a slight step forward, she could beat these. She's got that tactical speed. She doesn't need the front, but she can be out there with some of the speed. It'll maybe let Determined Love go ahead of her. But Thin Legs, certainly a player in here, and she's at odds of 3-1. The 2 is Baby Fade, and she's the new face in here. Comes in here in good form from Penn National with a victory and a third-place finish her last 2 starts. And, of course, the recent races helps her cause. She didn't have the greatest of form before that, but seems to be probably in her best form she's been in a while, or maybe it was just facing the easier competition. Well, this isn't any tougher than what she's been facing, which automatically puts her in the mix, and she's at odds of 4-1. The 5 is We Don't Believe Her. This is a real tricky read in here. She scratched already, scratched opening day, and again, similar. She's been facing tougher, though. I mean, she's got the back class in here, and when she did drop to 5,000 in August, she won pretty easily. Well, then she faced tougher again and wasn't competitive, got put on the shelf, and here she is to start out the 2024 season. So not sure what to expect from We Don't Believe Her. Obviously, on her best, she can beat these. Not a little cold on the board right now at odds of 6-1. Then I mentioned Determined Love. She stopped pretty badly in that race. It was her first start off the layoff, though, and you could possibly make the case that she needed that race. She may have gone too quick as she pulled away from the other 2 horses that were in the 3-horse speed duel with her. She switches to last year's top rider, Kiber Koa, and if she did need a race and maybe she can hold on a little better today with that early speed, she might be the one they have to catch in race number 8. So we're going to finish the day with this last race. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta is offered. Got about 9 minutes to post.
The field for race 8 is on the track. There's the 2, Baby Fade with Joel Cruz. The 3 is Thin Legs. Michael DeVilla Jr. rides. The 4 is Determined Love with Cabercoa. There's the 5, We Don't Believe Her, and Andre Worry. The 6 is Miss Pab, and Raylu Gutierrez. The 7's Investment Grade, Nazario Alvarado. And there's the 1, Betty Rubble, Carlos Camillo. A little over 6 minutes to post for the finale. I thought this was a two-mare race between the 2, Baby Fade, my top pick for Carlo Callahan. Cole took over the training 3 starts back. Man didn't do any good in a beaten race at Penn, but came back less than 3 weeks later and aired it out on the front end. And then they just went too quick last time. 21-4, 45. She chased, finished a well-beaten 3rd. See if shipping up here to Finger Lakes is going to help her cause her first start locally. The 3 Thin Legs finished up well to be 3rd off of the bench. Last time missed just about 6 months. I don't know if the rail's been good. I don't think it was that good that day. Back on opening day. Still made up some ground along the inside. Got beat just a half length as your 6-5 favorite. I think she can improve off that effort. Maybe give Jim Aquilano his second win on the card. I rounded out with the 5, We Don't Believe Her. She scratched opening week. Back in today. Lowest level since last August when she jogged here by almost 7 lengths is the 9-5 chalk. Her last 2 efforts were really bad though. And they were spaced apart. A couple of months. Now you see the break. She can win, but she's not, I don't think she's as likely to win as Baby Fade or Thin Legs. And Determined Love, I guess if there was a 4th horse, she sped off to a 2-length lead and just folded up in the lane. We'll see if she keeps going today. But I'm focused on the 2, Baby Fade, and the 3 Thin Legs as we wrap up the week. Don't forget, we go to a 3-day week next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday here at Finger Lakes. First post as it is each and every day. 1:15. Best of luck in the finale. We'll see you Monday. Field for race 8 is making its way to the starting gate. Less than a minute. And now the field for race 8 is behind the gate. And it's post time. Field loads in for the finale. Betty Rubble. First one in. Baby Fade up next. The favorite, Thin Legs. The speedy, Determined Love. We Don't Believe Her goes in. Here's Miss Pab. And the last to load is Investment Grade. Set for the finale. They're in the gate. And they're off. From between horses, there's Thin Legs for the lead, challenged immediately by Determined Love. And Determined Love takes the lead away from Thin Legs and quickly opens a length. It's a gap of 2 lengths back to Betty Rubble, who's at the rail. On the far outside, there's Investment Grade. Bottled up there between horses is Baby Fade, the 2 trailers. So We Don't Believe Her. And Miss Pab, Determined Love, dealing with Thin Legs. She just opened up a 2-length lead through a 23 opening quarter. Determined Love, a 2.5-length lead. Then Thin Legs. Along the inside, Baby Fade trying to move into contention. Then Investment Grade. Off the turn and into the stretch. Determined Love has been there from the start. Thin Legs is chased her the whole way, but Determined Love has another gear and opens up a 4-length lead. Thin Legs trying to reel her in, but it looks like she's giving futile chase as Determined Love's going to take them wide to wire in the finale by a length and a half. Then it was Thin Legs, Baby Fade, and Investment Grade. Final time, 52-4. Number 4, Determined Love was first. 3, Thin Legs second. 2, Baby Fade third. 7, Investment Grade was fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 4, Determined Love. 7-year-old mare by Shackelford out of the Not For Love mare. Stylish Affair is owned by Bruno Dance, trained by Robert Johnston, winning rider Cabercoa. $2 double 1-4, 44.60. $2 exacta 4-3, 16.80. 50-cent try 4-3-2, $13.87. 10-cent super 4-3, 2-7, $10.67. 50-cent pick 3, 7-1-4, $42.50. Pick 4, 1-7-1-4, $98.50. Pick 5, 229 even. Pick 6 was hit today. 6 of 6, $1,253.50. 5 of 6, $39.75. That wraps up the day and week here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Casino was open into the wee hours of the morning. Live racing resumes this Monday as we kick off our traditional 3-day week here at Finger Lakes. Post time on Monday is 1:15. On behalf of the broadcast team, staff, and management here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, I'm the Big A, Anthony Stabile. Thanks for joining us today. Please arrive home or wherever you're going safely. Have a great night.